Hello, my friend. Today I will tell you another long-forgotten legend. Close your eyes and let the magic transport you to Middle-earth. Our journey begins.
In the gentle hush of the greenwood's southern edge, where the trees thinned into meadows and birds sang sweet and strange, there stood a crooked cottage draped in moss and ivy. Smoke curled lazily from a chimney of river stone, and from within came the scent of dried herbs, mushroom stew, and honeyed root. Here lived Radagast the Brown, one of the 5 Istari sent from across the sundering sea. Unlike the others, he wore no crown of men, nor delved into cities. His dominion was not over kings or councils, but over beasts and boughs, fur and feather. And though the darkness of Mordor had fallen and been cast down, peace in Middle-earth was not yet complete. It was spring when the trouble began. Radagast was feeding a family of hares behind his home when he noticed the air tasted different, like soot, though no fire had burned. The ground beneath the roots of his rowan trees felt uneasy. The bees no longer danced between the primroses. The birds, once lively with gossip, had grown silent, wings trembling in the boughs above. He turned to his companion, a sharp-aimed thrush named Brilba. "Fly, little friend," Radagast murmured, stroking her copper breast. "Circle the wood, tell me what you see." Brilba flew, swift as breath, vanishing into the blue canopy. Radagast wiped his hands on his robe, though they had long been stained by soil and ash. He listened, truly listened. The forest had voices beyond words, bark that groaned in warning, roots that whispered of deeper things. But today even the soil was hushed. A fox limped into the clearing, its fur matted with soot, eyes glazed. Radagast knelt. "Easy now, old Redtail." "What this, then?" The fox snarled, a terrible sound, and lunged. Radagast stepped back, startled. Never had the beasts of his land turned on him in madness. He muttered a word in the tongue of the Ainur and lifted his staff. A shimmer of golden light danced from its tip, and the fox faltered, fell, and lay still, breathing, but no longer in rage. He saw now. A dark mark burned into its flank, a brand like none he had seen before. Not the eye, nor the clawed rune of Angmar. This was older, a spiral etched with flame. That night, Brilba returned, and her feathers were singed. She had flown to the edge of Dol Guldur, the ruined stronghold of the necromancer, now long abandoned. Yet smoke still curled from its stones. Worse still, she had seen something move in the shadows. A shape with no face, cloaked in tattered robes, drifting across the stone like mist. Radagast's heart sank. He thought the evil had passed. He had seen the White Council rise, and Sauron cast out from his fortress in the greenwood. He had stayed behind after the others departed, trusting that the land could heal. But now something foul stirred again. He could not go to Gandalf, his friend had sailed west, nor to Saruman, who had fallen. The blue wizards were lost in the east. No, Radagast would walk this path alone, as he always had. Yet he would not go unarmed. He wandered into his herb shed, where dried roots hung from the beams and glass jars lined the walls like quiet sentinels. He packed what he could, earthward talismans, powders of sleep, seed pellets for swift growth. He filled his cloak with them, tied tight with cords of ivy. His staff he anointed with fresh sap, whispering old words from the time before trees bore names. That same dawn, Radagast mounted Sebastian, his most trusted rabbit. No ordinary rabbit, but one of great size and keenness, swift-footed as a deer. Together they set out north, beneath the arching arms of the forest. It was then the wind changed. As they passed the old trail toward the high pass, ash began to fall, not heavy, but constant, like gray snow, soft and silent. It clung to the trees, to Radagast's robe, to Sebastian's ears. Not natural, the wizard muttered, not right. 2 nights into the journey, they camped by the banks of the Anduin, beneath a willow that moaned in its sleep. Radagast did not rest. He could feel it now, pulsing at the edge of the world. Something ancient stirred in the north, beneath Mount Gundabad perhaps, or deeper still, where the world's bones touched the void. A shape born before the moon first rose. A Maya like him, but twisted. He remembered the name then. A whisper from the tales of old. Suladan the Ashen. Once a spirit of fire and craft, now fallen, buried in time and ruin, cast out by the Valar for seeking to pierce the veil between Ea and what lay beyond. It had been said that Suladan had perished in the First Age, but not all that is cast down is destroyed. By dawn, Radagast had chosen his path. He would seek the source of this rising ash. If it was indeed Suldan, some remnant of him must have survived, fueled by the ruins of Dol Guldur, feeding on the sorceries left behind by Sauron. He would need allies, and he would find them not in halls or towers, but in the wild places where few dared tread. His first stop, the northern glens where the great eagles nested. If any still lived who had fought above Gundabad in the last war, they might know what stirs beneath the mountain. He did not know then what fate would find him, nor that in the days ahead he would come to stand before a gate not meant for mortal eyes, and choose between his own soul and the world he loved. But in that moment, with ash falling and the wind growing thin, Radagast the Brown rode into shadow, and the story began. The journey to the northern reaches of the Misty Mountains was not an easy one, even for Radagast. Though the war had ended and the darkness of Mordor had been scattered, the land still bore its wounds. The once bright greenwood, now known as Erin Lascalen, had healed in places, yet there were still corners that whispered, still hollows where roots trembled, and birds refused to nest. Radagast passed through them in silence, listening with the ears of one who knew the wild. He could feel the tremor in the branches, the uneasy murmur in the earth, as if something old and broken were slowly waking. The wizard and his hare, Sebastian, crossed the dusky river on a fallen log, making for the high paths that would lead them toward the eagle nests above the cliffs of the Anduin. The mountain air grew colder with each passing hour, and the trees thinned until the sky stretched wide and gray overhead. Ash still drifted on the wind, too sparse to choke, yet constant enough that it settled into the folds of Radagast's cloak and caught in his beard. No fire had started it. That much was clear. This ash was not of wood, but of something older, something that burned in silence. They reached the foot of the cliffs just past noon. Here the land rose sharply, bare rock rising like the edge of a broken crown. It was said that the great eagles nested among these peaks, in eyries as ancient as the mountains themselves. Radagast dismounted and whistled, a high, clear sound like the note of a mountain stream through stone. He waited, the wind curling around him. Nothing came. He tried again, this time in the tongue of the birds, a trilling call he had learned many years before, when Gwaihir himself had once flown low over Rosgobel. Still the sky remained empty. No wing beat stirred the clouds. The mountain was quiet. Radagast frowned. He could feel it now, an absence, as though something had carved the life from the very air. He began to climb, his staff tapping against the rock. Sebastian stayed below, huddled in the shadow of a boulder. The wizard's breath misted before him as he climbed higher. When he reached the ledge where the largest eyrie lay, he stopped. Feathers were scattered across the stone, great wide pinions the color of sun-bleached bone. They were not fresh, and they were not alone. A deep gouge marred the rock, as if something massive had struck it from above. Dried blood, dark and flaked, trailed from the edge to the nest. Radagast stepped forward carefully. The nest itself had been shattered. Branches broken, bones scattered. No sign of life remained save for a single curled shape lying near the edge. He moved quickly, knelt beside it. It was a fledgling eagle, large though not yet grown and still breathing. Its feathers were blackened at the tips, its chest rising and falling in shallow rhythm. He placed a hand on its brow and closed his eyes. What he saw then was not light, but flame. A memory burned into the young eagle's mind of a figure cloaked in ash and shadow, gliding across the mountain air without wings. It had risen from the base of the cliff in silence. No smell of smoke, no sound of thunder, only cold fire in its wake. And with a wordless cry, it had struck the nest. Radagast pulled his hand back, shaken. The creature the eagle had seen was not a wraith, nor any beast he knew. It was something else, ancient and yet unfamiliar, like a ghost from the forgotten corners of the world. He whispered a song of healing over the fledgling, leaving it wrapped in a circle of warmth, and rose to his feet. If this thing, this Suradan, had truly awakened beneath Gundabad, then the eagles would no longer fly in those skies. Whatever had driven them off had power enough to unnerve even their kind. The wizard turned from the shattered eyrie and made his way back down, the wind howling in his ears. At the foot of the cliff, he found Sebastian trembling. The hare thumped the earth anxiously and turned his head eastward, where the trees grew dark and nodded. Radagast followed his gaze and saw a figure watching from the edge of the woods. It stood perfectly still, draped in a heavy, soot-coated cloak. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, though Radagast could feel eyes upon him, eyes that weighed and measured. The wizard gripped his staff. "You there," he called. "Come forward, or be off with you." The figure did not move. Then, slowly, it raised one hand and pointed, not at Radagast, but at the sky. The clouds above were darkening, a great spiral forming in their midst. Ash thickened, swirling downward. The figure turned and vanished into the trees. Radagast hesitated only a moment before following. He left Sebastian behind and entered the woods at a run, feet silent upon the damp earth. The trees here were old and twisted, their bark stained as if fire had passed through them long ago. The figure ahead moved with impossible speed, always just beyond reach. Radagast wove through the trunks, his breath quick, staff clenched tight. Suddenly, the forest opened into a glade, and the figure was gone. Radagast stopped at the center, panting. The ash here lay thick on the ground, and in its center stood a ring of stones, black and smooth, marked with the spiral flame. It was a summoning circle. Old, very old, but it had been used recently. He knelt, brushing the ash aside, examining the markings. They pulsed faintly beneath his touch, as if warmed from below. He traced one rune with his fingers and felt a jolt, like a voice whispering in his ear, but in no language of elves or men. He recoiled, heart racing. The veil between worlds had thinned here. The ritual had begun. A sound broke the silence, a low growl, followed by a rustle of leaves. Radagast stood and turned, staff raised. 3 shapes emerged from the far side of the glade. Tall, hunched figures clad in tattered mail. Their eyes glowed dimly, not with the red of orcs, but with a sickly, silvery fire. Whites, not the kind found in the barrows of Arnor. These were fresh, bound not by ancient kings, but by something newer and crueler. They moved as one, with slow, deliberate steps, weapons half drawn. Radagast backed away, murmuring an incantation beneath his breath. Vines sprang from the earth, curling around the feet of the whites, but they did not stop. One raised a rusted axe. He had no time for gentleness now. Radagast drove his staff into the ground and cried out in the tongue of roots and stone. The earth beneath the glade groaned, and a great surge of force erupted upward. Ash and soil blasted into the air, flinging the whites back. One struck a tree with a crack and did not rise. The others staggered to their feet, only to find the wizard already upon them. He moved swiftly, staff whirling, drawing power not from might or wrath, but from the green pulse of the world itself. With each strike, light flashed, and the spirits within the whites screamed, not in pain, but in fury. These were not the cries of the dead. These were the voices of things pulled from beyond the veil. He defeated them, but barely. As the glade quieted once more, Radagast stood alone, breathing hard. He looked again at the stone circle, and knew without doubt someone was trying to bring Suladan back. Not as a spirit, not as a whisper, but in flesh. And the ash was only the beginning. He turned from the circle, the weight of his task pressing heavily on his shoulders. The road ahead would take him north, to the foot of Gundabad itself. But he would not return unchanged. Radagast left the glade with his thoughts in a knot. Though he walked swiftly, the memory of the summoned whites clung to him like the ash on his cloak. He had fought such creatures before, restless spirits from the edges of the world, but these were different. Not tethered to graves or bound by forgotten curses, they had felt newly forged, unnatural, as if molded by hands that understood just enough of life and death to twist both. And it was not merely their presence that troubled him, but what it meant. The ritual stones, the spiral mark, the thinning of the air around them. This was a breach being widened, a gate between worlds pressed open from the other side. Sebastian thumped nervously as Radagast returned, his nose twitching at the lingering scent of the glade. The wizard said nothing, merely climbed atop his faithful companion, and together they set off toward the foothills. The trail north was old and seldom used, winding through gullies where moss blanketed the stones, and old trees leaned in close, whispering their secrets to one another. Radagast listened, but the forest's voice had grown faint, like someone speaking through water. The land knew what was coming, but even it seemed uncertain of how to resist. As evening crept in and the light turned silver through the leaves, Radagast came upon a ruined watchtower perched on a stony ridge. It was little more than a shell, walls broken by time, roof long collapsed, but the view stretched for miles. From here he could see the snowy shoulders of Gundabad in the far distance, rising like a blade into the sky. The mountain was quiet, but there was no peace in its stillness. Something watched from those heights. He could feel it. He decided to camp for the night, kindling a small fire in the shelter of the stone. It flickered without warmth. Even the flames seemed to sense the wrongness in the air. As he sat, unwrapping a bundle of dried mushroom and leaf bread, he heard a noise on the path behind him. Soft, like gravel shifted under light feet. He turned slowly, fingers tightening around his staff. A figure emerged from the trees, ragged and thin, clad in a patchwork cloak of gray and green. A man, but weathered, with a face drawn by years of hardship. A sword hung at his hip, worn smooth at the hilt, and his eyes were sharp beneath a tangled curtain of dark hair. Radagast rose cautiously. "I mean you no harm," the man said quickly, lifting his hands. "I've been following your trail since the glade." Radagast studied him. "You saw what happened there?" "I saw the stones. I saw what rose from them." The man stepped forward, revealing a faded star pinned to his cloak. "My name is Caldor. I was of the Dúnedain." Radagast raised a brow. "Was?" Calder hesitated. "I left them after the War of the Ring. Too much was lost, too many graves. I went north to find silence, but silence isn't what I found." Radagast gestured for him to sit. They spoke long into the evening, their voices low, cautious. Calder had spent years wandering the northern wilds, avoiding the haunts of men and orc alike. He had seen strange things in that time. Rivers that flowed black for a day, deer that walked without eyes, wolves that did not bleed when slain, and most recently, ash falling from a clear sky, and voices whispering beneath the earth. "It began near Gundabad," Calder said quietly, watching the fire. "The ground split open, not wide, not enough for any man to fall through, but deep, and from it came a lightless wind and the smell of old fire." He looked at Radagast then, and there was no doubt in his eyes. "Something is climbing out." Radagast nodded slowly. "Not climbing, being pulled." Together they decided to continue the journey. With Calder at his side, Radagast felt a little less alone. The ranger moved through the wilderness with quiet grace, eyes sharp for signs others would miss. Where Radagast knew the whisper of trees, Calder knew the pattern of footprints, the bend of broken grass. They made good time as they passed into the highlands, and though the ash still fell, it now carried a scent, distant but undeniable, like burnt stone and scorched metal. On the fourth day, they reached a hollow where the grass had withered and the trees stood leafless, though it was the heart of spring. Radagast dismounted and approached a cracked stone at the center, shaped like a fang driven into the earth. It bore the spiral again, carved deep into its surface, and the air around it pulsed like a drumbeat. "This is a tether," Radagast said, brushing his fingers over the symbol. "One of many. The more that are placed, the thinner the boundary becomes. If he sets enough of them, the breach will widen, and Suladan will not need to cross. He will already be here." Calder looked grim. "Then we break them." They tried. Radagast summoned roots to twist and shatter the stone, and Calder struck it with his blade, but the mark would not fade. Finally, Radagast knelt and drew upon deeper power, calling the memory of growth from the soil itself. The stone groaned, cracked, and split down the middle. The spiral flickered once, then vanished. One gone, but how many remained? They pressed onward, now with purpose. Calder revealed he had seen other stones like it, half buried in the snow or hidden in ruined barrows. They charted a path that would bring them around the eastern skirts of Gundabad, where the ash had grown so thick it stained the rivers gray. And there, in the shadow of a crag, they found a cave from which no birds flew and no beasts dared enter. The mouth of the cave was carved, not natural. Its edges bore the same spirals, etched deep into the rock. And within came a sound, a low, rhythmic pulse, like breath drawn through a hollow throat. Radagast approached, lifting his staff. We're near the source now, the heart of it. Calder drew his blade. Then let's end it. They stepped into the dark, the ash trailing after them like a cloak. What waited within was not of Arda alone, but of a world caught between life and unmaking. The wizard and the ranger had crossed into a place where even the stars did not shine. And behind them, something else followed. The cave swallowed them whole. Its mouth, carved into the rock with unnatural symmetry, narrowed quickly, sloping down into the earth in a slow, spiraling descent. Radagast led the way, staff glowing faintly at its tip with a soft golden light that flickered against the smooth walls. Calder followed close behind, sword drawn, his eyes alert. The further they went, the colder it became, not the chill of deep stone or untouched air, but something harsher, something unnatural, like the breath of a forge left cold for 1,000 years and suddenly rekindled. The air felt wrong. Radagast, who knew the smells of soil and root and rain as intimately as his own voice, could sense it. This was not merely a passage underground. It was a vein carved through the skin of the world, pulsing with something older than the mountains themselves. Ash clung to the walls in thick streaks, and occasionally the pair passed another spiral etched into the stone, some glowing faintly, others smoldering as if freshly carved. "This goes far deeper than it should," Calder muttered, his voice tight. Radagast nodded. "It's not just stone beneath us anymore. We're nearing the veil." The ranger didn't ask what he meant. He could feel it too. A kind of pressure in the air, not unlike the moment before a storm breaks, when the sky holds its breath. Only here, the tension never passed, it simply grew heavier with every step. After what felt like an hour, the tunnel widened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow, its walls jagged and wet with condensation. A circular platform of black stone rose in the center, surrounded by a ring of scorched pillars. Strange runes had been burned into the floor, and ash drifted down from some unseen opening far above, like snow caught in a breeze without wind. Atop the platform stood a figure. It was tall, taller than any man, and cloaked in tattered robes the color of smoke. Its face was hidden by a black iron mask, but fire flickered behind the slits where eyes should be. In one hand it held a staff of obsidian and bone, and the other was raised over a shallow bowl filled with smoldering coals. Radagast froze, breath catching in his throat. He had not expected to find the Ashen One himself so soon. He had thought there would be more time. But there, without question, stood the broken Maya, Suladan, or what remained of him. The figure spoke, and its voice was like embers crushed under iron. "You are late, brown wizard. The gate is almost open." Calder moved to Radagast's side, his sword raised, but Suladan did not even glance at him. His firelit gaze was fixed solely on the wizard. "I did not think you would come," the Maya continued. "You, who wandered among squirrels and birds while your brothers danced in halls of power, you who fled when darkness rose and returned only when the cost was paid by others. Radagast's grip tightened on his staff, but he stepped forward, carefully. I did not come to argue over the past. What you're doing here, this breach, you know it cannot be allowed. Suladan tilted his head slightly. You speak of what cannot be as though the world still follows the rules written at its birth. But the old songs are fading. The Valar are gone. The world is no longer watched. The fire I kept hidden has not. Behind him, the bowl of coals flared, and the runes on the floor pulsed with red light. The chamber trembled. Radagast glanced at Kaldar. He's anchoring the tear here. If he completes it, the breach between worlds won't just open, it will tear. Suladan raised his staff, and at his gesture, the runes around the platform began to burn brighter. The spirals pulsed in a steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. Above, the ash thickened, swirling in a funnel of dark fire. I have waited long, Suladan said. Longer than you can measure. They cast me out, sealed me beneath the roots of a world that forgot me. But I remember what lies beyond the veil, beyond time, beyond Ea. I do not seek to destroy this world, Radagast, only to free it. With that final word, a scream echoed through the chamber, high, inhuman, and rising from every crack and stone. Shapes began to emerge from the shadows. Wights, more of them, but not like those in the glade. These were larger, faster, bound with armor, cracked and fused to their flesh. Eyes glowing with silver fire, they poured in from the corners of the chamber, circling the platform like hounds waiting for the command to strike. Holdor stepped in front of Radagast. We'll never reach him in time. We don't need to, Radagast said quietly. He raised his staff and knelt, touching the stone floor. Not if I can break the ritual first. The chamber shook again, harder this time. A crack split the edge of the platform, and through it bled a lightless glow, the same unlight that Radagast had seen in the fledgling eagle's memory. A wind rose from the chasm, not cold but hollow, like breath exhaled from a world that had never known life. The wizard closed his eyes, murmuring in the language of the trees, calling not on fire or storm, but on root and leaf, earth and life. His power was not loud, it did not roar or blaze, but it spread quiet and steady like spring pushing through frost. Vines burst from the cracks in the stone, curling toward the glowing runes, seeking to choke them before they could flare again. The first of the wights lunged. Kaldar met it with steel, ducking under a blade and driving his sword through its throat. It did not fall as a living thing would, but it stopped. Another came, and Kaldar turned into a blur of motion, precise, brutal, graceful in his desperation. Radagast could not spare a glance. His magic was fragile in that moment, stretching thin as he sought to unravel the symbols binding the chamber to Suladan's will. He felt the pull of the breach, a vast emptiness beyond comprehension, and through it a voice, whispering promises of understanding, of power, of being remembered. He pushed it away. One rune blinked and vanished. Then another. The platform shuddered. Suladan's mask turned toward him sharply. No, the Mire snarled. You will not take this from me. He raised his staff, and with a word, fire leapt across the chamber, striking Radagast full in the chest. The wizard flew back, his staff clattering across the stone. the magic cut off. Calder cried out and tried to reach him, but a wight tackled him, driving him to the ground. Radagast coughed, vision swimming. Pain lanced through him. He looked up through the haze and saw Suludan stepping from the platform, ash swirling around him like a cloak of smoke and sorrow. "Your time is done, Radagast," the Ashen One said. "This world will forget you, as it forgot me. But I will be reborn." The chamber blazed with fire and ash, and Radagast knew if he failed here, the breach would never close, and what lay on the other side would come through pain, seared through Radagast's chest as he struggled to rise. His robes were scorched, his breath ragged, but he refused to fall. Gritting his teeth, he reached for his staff with a trembling hand and dragged himself to his knees. The magic he had woven was undone, torn apart in a heartbeat by the strike from Suludan. But the runes had dimmed, and the vines still coiled across the floor, sluggish but alive. That meant there was still a chance. He clutched his staff tightly, grounding himself, and began again, speaking not to the stone or to the breach, but to the roots that lay far beneath it all. Calder was still fighting, though barely. He had a deep cut across his forehead and one arm hung limp at his side. He fought with his left now, parrying and striking in desperate rhythm. 3 wights had fallen to his blade and 2 more circled him, careful and cautious now, learning. The ranger had grit, Radagast thought, even as fire licked around the edges of the room and ash filled the air so thickly it choked the light. Suludan advanced with terrible grace, his mask reflecting the light of the breach, his staff sparking with black fire. He moved not as a man, nor even as a wraith, but like something that belonged to no single form, slipping through the air, weightless and unbound. His voice, when he spoke again, echoed from every surface. "You cling to the roots of this world like moss on a dying stone," he said, looking down at Radagast. "But you have no place in it. Yavanna has left you. The forest sleeps. The birds do not answer. You are alone." Radagast lifted his head, and through the soot and sweat his eyes burned with stubborn fire. "The forest does not sleep," he said hoarsely. "It waits, and it remembers." With a cry, he drove his staff into the stone once more. This time the pulse was stronger. The vines twisted sharply and plunged into the cracks beneath the platform. All around the chamber, roots and tendrils began to rise, curling from the stone, breaking through the carved runes, wrapping around the burning spirals. Green light pulsed outward, slow and steady, pressing back the red fire that poured from the breach. Suludan recoiled, shrieking, his form flickering. He raised his staff to strike again, but a sudden cry tore through the chamber. Not magical, not ancient, but purely mortal. "Calder." The ranger had broken free of the wights long enough to hurl his sword like a spear. It flew across the space between them and struck Suludan's staff, shattering its upper half. The obsidian and bone cracked with a sound like thunder, and the black fire vanished. Suludan staggered, his cloak of ash dispersing in ragged gusts. His mask turned toward Calder in fury, but it was too late. Radagast stood now, his strength returned, his voice rising in a chant that filled the chamber. It was no song of elves or men, but something older, a song of roots pressing through stone, of trees growing from ruin, of light returning to forgotten places. The runes on the floor shattered one by one. The breach shrank, drawn inward as if pulled by invisible hands. The lightless glow dimmed. The chamber shook violently, and a great crack split the platform in two. Sudan screamed, not in pain, but in loss, as if something precious was being torn from him. His body flickered again, becoming insubstantial, fraying at the edges like smoke caught in wind. "You do not understand," he howled. "There is no peace beyond, only silence. I will not vanish." Radagast's chant rose higher, and the green light from the roots surged. A final crack split the floor beneath Soladan's feet, and he dropped, falling into the chasm below as the breach collapsed inward. The moment his figure vanished into the darkness, the light flared and then vanished, and with it the tremor ceased. Silence returned to the chamber. Radagast swayed where he stood. The strain of the spell had taken much from him, but the breach was closed and the gate between worlds sealed. For now, he turned, breathing heavily, and hurried to Calder, who was kneeling, pressing one hand to his wounded side. The ranger was pale, but he looked up and gave a faint, crooked smile. "You got him," he said. Radagast knelt beside him and placed his hand gently on the wound. Green light flowed from his palm, soft and steady, and Calder's breathing eased. "For now," the wizard replied, "but the scar remains." Calder looked toward the ruined platform. "Do you think he's truly gone?" Radagast didn't answer at once. He watched the ash drifting through the air, now thinner, slower. The breach had been sealed, but not destroyed. Such wounds in the world did not simply vanish. They healed slowly, over time, like broken roots knitting beneath the soil. "I think," he said at last, "that he's been cast back into the dark. But whether he finds a path again depends on what we do next." Together they made their way out of the chamber, supporting each other as they walked. The passage behind them had changed. Where once the walls were carved and marked with runes, now they were cracked and overgrown, as if the earth itself had begun reclaiming the place. The spirals were gone. The ash no longer fell. By the time they emerged from the cave, dawn had broken across the mountains. The snow-capped peak of Gundabad stood gleaming in the early light, and the wind that greeted them was clean and cool. Radagast looked up and smiled faintly as a hawk circled overhead, its cry sharp and bright. Sebastian was waiting at the edge of the rocks, his ears perked, eyes bright. The hare bounded forward the moment he saw them, nuzzling Radagast's leg with visible relief. Calder leaned on a walking stick Radagast had fashioned for him from the fallen branch of a birch. "What now?" he asked, watching the sun rise over the hills. "Now," said Radagast, "we warn the others. This was not the only place touched by the ash. There may be others, wounds hidden deep, and if Suladan was not working alone, others may yet seek the breach." Calder nodded slowly. "Then I go with you." Radagast looked at him with some surprise. "You're certain? Your path was your own before all this." "It still is," Calder replied, "but now it has a purpose." The wizard said nothing more. He simply nodded, and together they set off across the northern highlands. Their journey was far from over, but the world had been spared for now. The breach had been sealed, and the flame between worlds dimmed. And though shadow might one day rise again, there would always be those willing to stand between the light and the dark. And among them, still walking the wild places of Middle-earth, was Radagast the Brown, guardian of growing things, speaker to birds, and now keeper of the ashes between worlds. The days that followed were quiet in a way that felt unnatural. Radagast and Caldor journeyed southward, leaving behind the shadow of Mount Gundabad and the broken stone circle beneath it. They walked through old pine forests where the snow still lingered in shaded hollows, and the wind carried the crisp scent of the highlands. The ash had stopped falling. The sky, once veiled in gray, was bright again, and birds had returned, cautious, quiet, but present. Yet despite the sunlight and the warmth returning to the earth, Radagast could not shake the feeling that something still watched from far away. Like a distant breath on the back of the neck, they did not travel quickly. Caldor was healing, but slowly. The wound in his side, though closed, still ached when the nights grew cold. Radagast did what he could with herbs and spells, though much of his strength had been spent in the chamber beneath the mountain. Still, he gathered what healing power the land offered and shared it freely. Caldor never complained. He moved with quiet resolve, his eyes scanning every ridge and hollow, every broken tree and rustling leaf. One morning, just as the sun broke the edge of the horizon, they reached a crossroads marked by an old stone waypost. It was half buried in lichen, its carved directions worn smooth, but Radagast remembered the path. To the west the trail led toward the old lands of Aernor. To the east it wound through the narrowing valleys toward the southern eaves of Erin Lascallan, what had once been Mirkwood. And to the south, a longer road stretched toward the Vale of Anduin and the scattered villages nestled along the riverbanks. It was the eastern path they followed. The forest had changed since the fall of Dol Guldur. Where once the air had been choked with shadow and webs, now the light filtered through branches touched with fresh green, and the floor was soft with moss and fern. The memory of the shadow remained, yes, but the trees had begun to forgive. Still, Radagast moved with care. He knew better than most that evil did not always vanish when the light returned. It could linger in roots and bones and memories, waiting for a seed to sprout again. They reached Rosgobel on the 5th day, just as a rain began to fall. The little house, nestled in a tangle of hedge and herb, looked as it always had, tilted slightly to one side, overgrown in every corner, and humming quietly with unseen life. Birds scattered as they approached, and a pair of badgers snuffled their way under a stack of wood by the wall. Brilba the thrush came fluttering from the roof to perch on Radagast's shoulder, chirping rapidly in his ear. He listened for a moment, his brow creasing, then nodded and turned to Caldor. "There's been trouble while we were gone," he said, pushing open the creaking gate. "Animals struck with a strange fever, small fires in the underbrush that start without spark, a sickness in the riverweed." He paused by the garden wall and placed his hand on the soil. "It's weaker than before, but it's the same touch, the same scar. Just echoes of the breach, perhaps, but echoes can still wound." Caldor followed him through the crooked doorway and into the house. The inside was just as cluttered as ever, tables overflowing with scrolls and roots, jars lined along every shelf, the air thick with the scent of damp leaves and honeyed wood. Radagast set to work immediately, moving from shelf to shelf, muttering to himself, selecting vials and pouches and sticks of dried herb. He laid everything out on the table, frowning as he arranged the ingredients. "We'll need to reinforce the warding roots," he said, "and I must speak to the birds again. If Suladan reached this far north, he may not have done so alone. There could be others, servants, fragments, pieces of him left behind." Caldor crossed the room and stood by the window, watching the rain patter on the glass. He spoke as if the veil could be broken from both sides. Do you think someone helped him? Someone here? Radagast looked up from his work. I don't know, but I fear the answer may be yes. They spent the rest of the day weaving new wards into the land. Radagast led the effort, burying polished stones beneath the trees, whispering names of protection into the soil, and hanging tiny wooden charms from the branches. Calder, though unused to such work, helped as best he could, setting the markers and clearing the paths. The forest seemed to breathe easier as the wards took root. The birds returned in greater numbers, the insects sang again, and the water of the nearby stream ran clear. But that night, Radagast dreamed. He stood once more in the chamber beneath Gundabad, though it was silent now, the breach sealed. Yet in the dream he turned toward the broken platform and found Suladan standing there, unburned, unbroken, his mask gone. His face was pale and sorrowful, and his eyes were hollow. You cannot stop it, the Maya said softly. You close one door and another opens. The breach is not a place, it is a choice. Radagast tried to speak, but the dream dissolved into ash, and he woke with a jolt, cold sweat clinging to his brow. He sat for a long time in the dark, listening to the night sounds outside, crickets, frogs, the occasional hoot of an owl. All seemed well, yet deep down he knew the dream was more than a shadow of memory. It was a warning. The next morning he rose early and stepped out into the garden. Calder joined him a few minutes later, rubbing his eyes and fastening his cloak. I had the dream again, Radagast said without turning. Suladan spoke of the breach as a choice. Calder was silent for a moment, then asked, Do you believe him? Radagast turned then, his eyes older than the forest around them. I believe he thought it true, but I do not think he understood what he was opening. The veil between worlds is not a door to power. It is a gate to the unknown. Some things behind it are not meant for even the Ainur to behold. Calder looked down at his hands. Then what do we do? Radagast took a breath and let it out slowly. We find the other scars. We mend what we can. And we seek the ones who still understand the old magic, the dwarves of the Iron Hills, perhaps, or the elves of Thranduil's court. This wound is too wide for one wizard to close. He turned toward the path leading deeper into the forest. Come, he said. There's still work to do. The war may be over, but the story isn't. And as the two companions set off once more, through trees that whispered with memory and paths overgrown with shadow, the wind carried with it the scent of fresh leaves, new rain, and somewhere, very faintly, the cold trace of fire that had not yet gone out. The path eastward was tangled and slow, choked by creeping vines and fallen branches that had not been cleared in many years. Radagast moved with purpose, staff in hand, pausing now and then to whisper to a tree or gather a small herb sprouting from the base of a moss-covered rock. Calder followed closely, one eye always watching the underbrush, his fingers never far from the hilt of his sword. The deeper they traveled into the heart of Erin Lascaline, the more the forest seemed to change. It was not the looming darkness of old Mirkwood, where every step had once felt like a trespass. This was different, quieter, heavier. The birds no longer sang as they had closer to Rosgobel, and the air hung still, heavy with the smell of damp soil and old leaves. A strange hush fell over the trees, not born of fear, but of listening. The forest was watching. They reached a ridge just before midday, where the trees parted enough to reveal a wide stretch of land below. There, nestled between two craggy hills, stood the ruins of an ancient elven outpost. stone arches overgrown with ivy, silvered banners long faded to gray, and a tower whose peak had broken away, now lying shattered like a fallen crown. Radagast came to a halt, gazing down with a troubled look. "For I remember this place," he murmured. "It was once a watch-post of Thranduil's people long before the shadow came. Few remember it now." Calder studied the ruins. "You think something's there?" "I think something was," Radagast replied, beginning the descent. "Bruba told me a storm broke here a week ago. No clouds, no rain, just wind and fire, and a tremor that split the ground." They reached the outer wall in silence. Though much of it had crumbled, the stones bore no sign of age, only heat. They had blackened along the base, and ash clung in the corners like cobwebs. The spiral mark was there again, carved into a fallen lintel near the gate, though it had been marred by what looked like claw marks. The deeper they walked, the worse the damage became. Arches were cracked, stones split from within, and at the center of the courtyard lay a deep pit surrounded by scorched earth. Radagast knelt beside it and traced the edge with his hand. "This was not made by hand," he said. "It opened from below." Calder looked around warily, adjusting his cloak against the rising wind. "Do you think it's another breach?" Radagast frowned. "No, it doesn't feel the same. There's no pull, no pressure, no whispering beyond. But something emerged here, something that burned its way out." As if in answer, a low hiss broke the silence. They turned sharply. A shape shifted in the archway behind them, crouched low against the stone. It was a creature unlike any Radagast had seen. Its skin was dark, almost black, but not of shadow or scale. It looked like cracked obsidian gleaming in the weak sunlight. Its limbs were long and twisted, and from its shoulders rose small ridges that glowed faintly with red light, like coal still burning deep within. Its eyes, if it had any, were hidden beneath a plated brow, but it moved with purpose, stalking low like a predator. Calder raised his sword, but Radagast stopped him with a quick gesture. "Wait," the wizard whispered. "It's not attacking." The creature snarled again, but did not lunge. It stepped closer to the pit, its long fingers brushing the scorched edge as if remembering it. Then it turned and looked directly at Radagast, tilting its head with a sharp, unnatural motion. Radagast took a cautious step forward. "You came through it, didn't you? Not from this world." The creature gave a low growl that sounded almost like a word, garbled, broken, but shaped with intent. Calder tensed. Radagast kept his voice low. "Do you know the name Suladan?" The moment he said it, the creature's body jerked violently. It threw its head back and let out a cry that echoed across the ruins, a sound that was part agony, part rage. Then it began to shake, not with anger but with something deeper. Its body started to change, its skin flaking off in sharp plates, revealing something beneath. Something pale, wounded, and unmistakably human. Calder moved to shield Radagast, but the wizard stepped past him. The creature collapsed to its knees, coughing, its breath rasping in the still air. When the last of the black skin had fallen away, what remained was a man, barely more than a boy, gaunt, shivering, his eyes wide with fear. Radagast knelt beside him. "Easy now," he said softly. "You're safe." The boy looked up at him, eyes burning with some memory that did not belong in one so young. "I was dreaming," he said hoarsely. "I was somewhere else, not here. There was fire and a voice. He told me I was chosen. Radagast exchanged a grim look with Caldor. Súladan. The boy nodded slowly, then closed his eyes and fell unconscious. They carried him from the ruins, making camp in a small hollow beneath the boughs of a towering elm. Radagast wrapped him in wool blankets, placed cooling herbs on his brow, and set wards around the camp. Calder kept watch, his blade across his knees, eyes ever on the shadows between the trees. That night, as the moon rose through the leaves, the boy stirred. He opened his eyes, calmer now, and looked around with confusion. "Where am I?" he asked. "Of friends," Radagast said gently. "What is your name?" The boy frowned. "I don't remember." Radagast placed a hand over his chest, feeling the thrum of magic still buried deep. "Whatever Súladan placed in you, it's fading. The form he gave you was not of your choosing." Calder rose from his watch. "Then there may be others twisted as he was." Radagast nodded. "Not just soldiers, but vessels. He meant to come through the breach in pieces, carried by those who didn't know they served him." The forest moaned faintly in the night breeze, and all three sat in silence, listening. Radagast looked toward the stars, barely visible through the canopy. "This boy is a sign. The breach was sealed, yes, but not before something escaped. Part of Súladan is still in this world, scattered like ash on the wind." He drew his cloak tighter and leaned back against the tree. "The battle is not over," he said quietly. "It has only changed." The morning that followed was mist-veiled and silent, the forest still beneath a gray sky. Radagast rose first, easing away from his bedroll with the stiffness of one who had not slept well. The boy they had rescued, now resting peacefully beneath a patchwork of blankets and furs, breathed steadily, his face pale but no longer strained with fever or fear. The magic that clung to him had faded somewhat during the night, but Radagast knew better than to trust such quiet too soon. Whatever residue of Súladan's will had taken hold in the boy might yet stir again, if not watched carefully. Calder emerged from the underbrush not long after, carrying a brace of rabbits and a handful of wild garlic. He knelt by the fire pit, lighting it with a practiced flick of flint and blade. The flames caught quickly, and soon the smell of smoke and roasting meat warmed the cold air. "We'll need to find a village soon," he said, feeding the fire. "Somewhere quiet. The boy needs rest, so do you." Radagast stirred a pot with a long spoon, his fingers stained with leaf resin and old ash. "There's a glen not far from here," he replied. "Old place, a healing ground, touched by the river songs and protected by the trees themselves. Few know of it anymore. We'll go there first." They set out shortly after breakfast, the boy nestled in a sling of blankets strapped across Sebastian's wide back. The hare bore the burden with quiet dignity, bounding over roots and stone with surprising grace. The path wound deeper into the eastern forest, where moss grew thick along the trunks and the trees leaned in close, murmuring softly above them. Though the sun never fully broke through the mist, the land had a different feel here. Gentler, like a place still wrapped in memory rather than shadow. The glen appeared as if summoned by thought. One moment they were surrounded by thick forest, and the next the trees parted to reveal a broad hollow, ringed by silver-barked beeches and crowned with ivy. A narrow stream traced its way through the grass, glistening even in the muted light, and near its edge stood a smooth, flat stone with strange symbols carved into its face. They were not elvish, nor the runes of men or dwarves, but older, remnants of a time when the world was still half wild and magic clung to every rock and river. Radagast exhaled slowly, relief plain on his face. "Still here," he murmured, "still untouched." Calder lowered the boy gently onto a nest of ferns near the stone. The moment the lad's skin touched the earth, the grass beneath him brightened, and the color returned slightly to his cheeks. He did not wake, but his rest deepened, and the strange tension in his brow eased. For the first time in days, Radagast allowed himself to sit with some peace. He removed his boots, letting his feet rest in the stream, and closed his eyes as the water flowed over his skin. It was cool, clear, and threaded with power, the kind not born of fire or wind or stone, but of stillness, of time unbroken and songs never sung aloud. He felt it working slowly through his bones, knitting back what had been stretched thin. Calder remained standing, eyes scanning the glen, hand resting on his hilt. "I don't like this quiet," he muttered. "Feels like a calm before something." "It's a gift," Radagast said without opening his eyes. "The world remembers how to mend itself, even if we forget. This glen is proof. Let it do its work." For a time they rested, and nothing came to trouble them. But late in the afternoon, as the light dimmed and a breeze stirred the leaves above, the boy stirred. His eyes opened slowly, blinking against the canopy. He sat up with effort, looking around the glen with something like recognition. "I've seen this place before," he whispered. Radagast moved to his side, resting a hand on his shoulder. "You may have dreamt of it. Sometimes the soul finds the places it needs, even before the body does." The boy shook his head, his voice steadier now. "Not in a dream, in a memory. When Suladan first found me, this was the place I remembered. Not my name, not my home, only this glen. It was like it called to me from across the fire." Radagast glanced at Calder, whose face had grown darker with concern. "What else do you remember?" The boy hesitated, then closed his eyes. "There were others, not like me, not yet changed, but marked. Touched by the fire, just enough to hear him, we were taken to a place. I think it was underground, far away. There were stones with spirals like the ones you spoke of. He used them to reach us." Calder crouched beside them. "How many others?" "I don't know," the boy whispered. "Maybe 10. Maybe more. He called us the Ember kind, said we were to be vessels, not just for his voice, but his shape, his breath." Radagast leaned back, heart sinking. He wasn't opening a breach to step through. He was opening many, small ones, embers scattered into the world, waiting to catch flame. The boy nodded. "He called it the second shaping." Calder stood and turned away, running a hand through his hair. "We've been walking into something far deeper than we knew. This isn't just a remnant of his power, it's a design, a plan." Radagast rose slowly. "And if those embers are still out there, it means others have been touched. Not just in the north, not just here. Anywhere the ash fell, he may have reached." They remained in the glen that night, too weary and heavy with thought to travel further. Calder kept his vigil beneath the boughs, his sword across his knees, while Radagast prepared draughts and wards, drawing what strength he could from the ancient place. The boy, who still remembered no name, slept peacefully, though the wizard checked on him often, murmuring soft words in the old tongue of Yavanna, calling on the deep earth to protect what had once been nearly lost. And when dawn came, soft and golden through the trees, Radagast packed his satchel and turned toward Calder. "We go east," he said. Calder raised an eyebrow. "I thought we'd seek out the elves first." Radagast shook his head. "There's something else. Something I felt when the boy spoke. A place I haven't thought of in an age. The hollow of the listening stones. If any part of the song of the world still carries warning, it will be heard there." Calder sighed but nodded. "Then we go east." The boy, now awake, looked between them with a flicker of unease. "Am I coming with you?" Radagast placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're part of this now, whether you like it or not. But you'll not be used again. Not while I still draw breath." And so they left the glen as quietly as they had entered it, the healing wind at their backs, the trees closing softly behind them. The forest watched them go, its roots whispering in the deep soil. And far away, somewhere, the stars were veiled and the land no longer bore a name. The embers of Suladan's voice stirred once more. The hollow of the listening stones was not marked on any map. It lay east of the forest river, hidden behind a fold of hills, where the trees grew older than memory, and the ground whispered secrets only the wind could carry. Even among the elves of Thranduil's court it was spoken of only in quiet tones. Less a place than a song, a location remembered in rhythm and verse. Yet Radagast knew the way, for he had once been shown it long ago, in an age when the stars seemed brighter, and the world had not yet begun to fray around the edges. The journey took them through winding woodlands, where the branches above knit so tightly that the sun could only trickle through in threads of gold. They crossed 3 rivers, each narrower than the last, and passed beneath arches of stone shaped not by hands, but by time and water. The boy, though still without a name of his own, grew stronger with each passing day. He rode now on Sebastian's back more out of ease than necessity, and often walked beside Radagast, asking questions about trees, birds, and the world he had forgotten. Calder remained quiet, his thoughts clearly weighed by what they had learned. Though his steps never faltered, and his eyes remained sharp, he had taken to walking ahead more often, scouting the path in silence. Radagast knew better than to press him with questions. The ranger's loyalty was firm, but something in the boy's story had touched a nerve. Perhaps it was the thought of lost youth, of innocence turned into weaponry, or perhaps it was something deeper, something unspoken, that Calder had left behind in the ruins of the north. It was on the 4th morning that they reached the edge of the hollow. The trees fell away suddenly as though peeled back by an invisible hand, revealing a wide, sun-dappled clearing. At its center stood 5 towering stones, each taller than a man, each smooth and pale as bone. They formed a perfect circle, their surfaces etched with patterns too fine to be read by eye alone, waves and lines and curves that seemed to shift when looked at too long. Around them, the earth was unnaturally still. No birds sang, no wind stirred the grass. And yet there was no sense of dread, only reverence, as if they had stepped into a room where the world itself listened. Radagast stepped forward slowly, his staff tapping softly on the grass. "This place remembers," he said, "not as we do, not in words or pictures, but in sound, in feeling. It echoes with what has passed and what may still come." The boy approached one of the stones and reached out, his fingers brushing the surface. A soft tone rang through the clearing, a single note, clear as glass. He drew his hand back quickly, startled. "It speaks?" he asked. Radagast smiled faintly. "Only when asked the right questions." Calder kept his distance, standing just beyond the circle with arms crossed. "And what question do you plan to ask?" The wizard didn't answer immediately. He walked to the center of the ring, raised his staff, and gently lowered it to the ground. At once the stones began to hum. Not loud, not harsh, but with a resonance that seemed to settle in the bones rather than the ears. The patterns on their surfaces shimmered faintly, and the air grew thick, like the breath held before a spoken truth. Radagast closed his eyes. He spoke not with voice, but with thought. An offering, a request. He showed the stones images, memories drawn from the past weeks. The ash falling over Roscabel, the broken spiral stones, the fire in the chamber beneath Gundabad, and the boy's transformation. He did not speak Suladan's name, for names had power here, and that one was already stained with too much grief. Instead, he asked the hollow only this: "Where are the others?" For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the humming deepened, and a sound like a chord struck in slow motion filled the air. The stones flashed once, and a flurry of images burst into Radagast's mind. A river choked with ash, a ruin beneath a mountain pass, a figure cloaked in flame standing atop a tower of glass. A woman's face, eyes hollow, hand outstretched. A child's laughter turned suddenly into a scream, and through it all, a map, not drawn with ink but with feelings, with places known not by names, but by the weight they carried in the world. Radagast staggered back, clutching his staff. The stones fell silent. "Well?" Caldor called. "Did they answer?" The wizard nodded slowly, breath catching in his throat. "They showed me echoes, places where the Ember kind have passed, where their presence has stirred the balance. There are 4 strongholds, one near the withered heath, another hidden among the ruins of the old fortress in Rudor, one buried in the salt marshes beyond the Sea of Rune, and the last, I do not know. It was shrouded, clouded, hidden even from the stones." Calder stepped into the circle, his face grim. "Then we're too late." "Not too late," Radagast said, "but nearly. The longer they remain unchallenged, the stronger the embers will grow. Suladan may be scattered, but he was never one to leave his designs unfinished." The boy sat at the edge of the clearing, hugging his knees. "If there are others like me," he said quietly, "can they be saved?" Radagast looked at him for a long moment. "Some, perhaps, if we reach them in time. But others may already be lost." Calder exhaled, rubbing his jaw. "Then we need to move quickly. Which path do we take first?" Radagast turned back to the stones, eyes scanning their silent forms. "The marshes will be slow. The fortress in Rudar is likely well guarded. But the withered heath, I felt something stronger there, a gathering. If he has planted a root in that land, we must tear it free before it can take hold." The boy rose and dusted off his trousers. "Then let's go." They left the hollow before nightfall, the stones watching in silence as they vanished back into the trees. The woods closed around them once more, but the air had changed. The quiet was heavier now, the shadows longer. Even the birds flew with less certainty, circling rather than passing overhead. As they made camp that night beside a cold brook, Caldor sat sharpening his blade in the fading light, while Radagast studied the map he had drawn from memory. The boy helped gather wood, humming to himself, a tune Radagast did not recognize, yet one that felt achingly familiar. When the stars rose, clear and sharp above the canopy, Radagast looked up at them and whispered, "We see you now. We know where to look." And in the far north, where the mountains clawed at the sky and the land lay barren of leaf or bloom. A flicker of fire danced atop a jagged peak, alone, small, but steady. A watcher turned its face southward, and the wind carried with it a breath of ash. Across the edge of Erin Lascalen before dawn, leaving behind the safety of its singing trees and gentle streams, the forest thinned as they moved north, the soil growing dry and brittle beneath their feet, the wind colder, sharper, like the breath of something ancient and displeased. The withered heath stretched ahead like a wound left open too long, a place where the land itself had never healed. Once, dragons had bred in these crags and caves. Great winged terrors that had scorched the sky and slumbered on beds of stolen gold. Most were gone now, slain or vanished, yet something about the place still felt watched. Radagast had visited the heath long ago in a different age and for different reasons. He remembered the smell of the rocks, the strange oily sheen on the wind, and the way nothing green dared root itself in the ash-choked soil. Yet even then there had been no silence quite like this. The creatures that had survived, scuttling lizards, cliff crows, ash bats, were gone. Not dead, but fled. It was not the absence of life that disturbed him most, but the awareness that life had chosen not to remain. They traveled by day, resting little. Even Sebastian seemed less eager to wander, his ears pressed flat and his steps deliberate. The boy, who had begun to regain color and strength in the hollow, now appeared distant again. He didn't speak much, but his eyes darted constantly toward the ridgelines, as if he knew something waited there just out of sight. Caldur remained vigilant, every movement measured, every sound assessed before they moved on. If he felt fear, he showed none of it. By the third night, they made camp beneath a natural stone arch at the base of a blackened hill. The wind howled through the rocks like a flute in mourning, and the sky was a sheet of gray cloud that allowed no glimpse of the stars. Radagast kindled a small flame in a hollow, shielding it with his cloak to stop the wind from snatching it away. They spoke little, the weight of the land pressing heavily on all of them. "Something's building," Caldur said quietly as he sharpened his blade for the third time that hour. "I can feel it, like air before lightning. It's in my bones." "It's not just air," Radagast replied. "There's power here, old, buried deep, perhaps older even than the dragons. Suladan may have stirred it, or found it waiting. Either way, he chose this place for a reason." The boy sat curled near the fire, his knees hugged to his chest. "When I was his, I felt something here, not just him. A well, like a deep place inside the world. He called it the Ember Heart." Radagast leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "He meant to use it, didn't he? To draw power from it." The boy nodded slowly. "He said it was a root of fire that the Valar buried long ago, when the world was still young. Not evil, not at first, but when it was sealed, it grew restless, forgotten. It wanted to burn again." Radagast looked toward the dark peak towering above them. "Then that's where we're going." The climb began the next morning, slow and treacherous. The rocks here were brittle, crumbling underfoot, and the paths seemed to shift as they climbed, as though the mountain itself did not welcome them. More than once, Caldur had to haul the boy up by hand when the slope gave way beneath him. Even Radagast, light-footed and sure, moved carefully, murmuring to the stones, as if hoping they would remember his kindness. By midday they reached a wide ledge, and there they found the first sign that the Ember Heart had awakened. It was a spiral etched into the stone, massive and scorched. Unlike the ones they'd seen before, this one pulsed with a dull, rhythmic glow, as though something beneath it still breathed. Radagast approached cautiously, resting a hand on its surface. The moment his skin touched the stone, a vision struck him. A flash of fire sweeping through the caves. A voice chanting in a tongue not spoken since the world was shaped. And a shape of flame and smoke rising from a pit surrounded by ash-shade figures. He staggered back, gasping, his heart pounding. Calder caught him. "What did you see?" "A ritual," Radagast said, steadying himself. "He's trying to call something out of the Ember Heart. Not just his voice this time, but a body. A vessel strong enough to hold what he's become." The boy's face had gone pale again. "Then we must stop him." They pressed on, higher into the mountain, until they reached the rim of a wide crater. Below, nestled at its heart, was a cavern of jagged black stone. Light poured from within. No natural light, but a flickering red glow that danced like the breath of a sleeping dragon. Figures moved inside, cloaked and slow, their hands raised in unison as they circled a pit at the center. From this distance, it was hard to count them. Perhaps a dozen, perhaps more. But it was clear they were no longer wholly human. Their skin bore the sheen of ash and flame, their eyes hollow and silver bright. These were emberkind. Others, like the boy, but fully taken. And they were deep in ritual, their voices raised in a wordless chant that echoed unnaturally across the stone. Radagast turned to Caldor. "There's no time to wait. If the ritual finishes, he may rise again, stronger, more complete. We must break the circle." "And you think we can?" Caldor asked grimly. "We must," Radagast said. "There's no one else to try." The descent was swift, guided more by urgency than care. Caldor moved ahead, blade in hand, his steps as silent as falling snow. The boy followed close, clutching a staff Radagast had fashioned for him from the wood of the glen, its top bound with silver thread. Radagast came last, gathering his magic as they approached the mouth of the cavern. They waited just outside the circle of firelight, the chanting louder now, almost painful in its pitch. Radagast raised his staff, then looked to the boy. "You were part of him once. You know his rhythm. When I strike, break the chant. Fill it with something else. Sing, shout, anything." The boy nodded, his face tight with fear but also resolve. Radagast stepped into the light and slammed his staff down. A burst of green fire erupted from the ground, breaking the circle. The Emberkind staggered, their chant faltering, their eyes turning toward him in unison. Calder moved like a shadow, blade flashing, striking the nearest figure down before it could recover. The boy raised his voice, not in fear, but in song. A melody from the glen, soft and bright, poured into the chamber, and the chant twisted, lost its rhythm. The pit began to shudder. From its depths, a shape rose, half-formed, burning with the heat of a dying star. It screamed, a sound that shook the walls and brought Radagast to his knees. But the chant was broken. Radagast poured the last of his power into a word of sealing, his voice cracking under the strain. The flames roared once, then collapsed inward, drawing the shape back into the pit. The Emberkins scattered, some vanishing into the shadows, others falling where they stood. When the light faded, silence returned. Radagast slumped forward, breathless but alive. Calder helped him up. "Is it over?" The wizard looked down at the still glowing pit. "No, but we've delayed it. may be all we can do." The boy stepped forward, his staff still in hand. "Then we keep moving. Find the others. Stop the rest." Radagast smiled faintly. "You've found your strength." "I've found my name," the boy said. "Call me Terran." And in the deep shadows beyond the chamber, something watched and waited. The morning after the ritual was broken dawned cold and colorless, as if the mountain itself were trying to remember what daylight felt like. A thin mist drifted along the ridgeline, curling around the rocks and falling in threads over the smoldering cavern below. Radagast, Kaldor, and the boy, now Terran, stood together on the slope overlooking the ruins of the Emberheart's awakening. None of them spoke for some time. There was too much to say, and too little that could be put into words. The pit had collapsed after the ceiling, folding inward like a clenched fist. What had risen from it? The formless fire, the not-quite being, was gone. Whether it had been banished or merely buried again, Radagast could not tell. The Emberkind had scattered, vanishing into tunnels and crags with the confusion of their interrupted transformation. Whatever Suladan's ritual had been meant to unleash, it had failed, for now. Terran stood near the edge of the slope, his shoulders squared. He wore his new name like a shield, something chosen, not given. He had said little after the collapse, but his eyes had changed. The fear that had shadowed him was still there, but it had been tempered. Whatever flame had once filled him was now just a flicker, and that flicker was his alone. "We should go before the mountain wakes again," Kaldor said, adjusting the strap on his pack. "There may be others still hiding in the caves." Radagast nodded, his expression troubled. "This place is no longer just a relic. Suladan has worked his will on it. The land remembers his touch now. The Emberkind may return, or, worse, others may try to take his place." Calder cast one last glance back at the smoking rocks. "Then we make sure the world knows what sleeps here, and that it doesn't sleep peacefully." They descended in silence, the wind tugging at their cloaks, carrying with it the faint smell of smoke and scorched stone. Once they reached the lower ridges, Radagast paused beside a cluster of hawthorn bushes and knelt. He drew a small pouch from his robes, opened it, and scattered a handful of seed-like crystals into the earth. At first they did nothing, but then the ground stirred, and from the soil rose a ring of low-growing green, thorned and bright, pulsing faintly with light. "What is that?" Terran asked, stepping closer. "Watch roots," Radagast answered. "They grow where danger has touched the land. When they bloom, they sing. When they wither, something has come." Terran nodded slowly. "So we'll know if the fire stirs again." Radagast smiled faintly. "If we listen, yes." They reached the forest's edge by dusk, where the first trees of the greenwood, Aaron Lasgallen, began to rise again from the ashen hills. Here the air smelled fresher and birdsong returned to the wind. Radagast led them to a hidden glade marked by a crooked stone and a silver-leaf tree, a place he had used long ago when traveling the northern reaches. The spring still flowed, bubbling from beneath the roots, and the moss was thick and warm beneath their feet. That night they built a small fire, more for comfort than warmth. Calder roasted strips of dried venison, while Terran mended the edge of his cloak using thread from Radagast's pouch of supplies. The wizard sat with his back against a tree, his staff lying across his knees, his eyes turned skyward. "There are 2 places left," he said at last. "Rhu-Da and the marshes beyond Rhûn. Both were shown to me by the stones, though only in shadow." Calder shifted beside the fire, his brow furrowed. "Rhu-Da is nearer, but more dangerous. Orc bands still roam the ruins. and the old fortresses there were never fully purged after the Witch King fell. Radagast nodded. Which is why I fear the Ember kind may have gathered there. What of the marshes? Terran asked. You said they were slow to cross, but not as dangerous. Not in the way swords are dangerous, Radagast replied, but they have their own perils. The ground shifts, the mist hides things that don't belong, and there are whispers, echoes from older times when spirits wandered freely. Calder folded his arms. Then we go to Rudauer first. We've seen what happens when we wait. Radagast hesitated, his fingers brushing the bark of the silverleaf tree. It may be that the final Emberkine, those who carry the strongest parts of Suladan, are already gathering there. If so, we will not be able to strike and flee as we did in the heath. Then we strike and stand, Caldor said simply. They set out again at dawn, traveling westward along hidden trails and old watch paths that Radagast remembered from his younger days. Birds flitted above, singing warning and welcome in equal measure. Once a deer crossed their path, its eyes wide, its flanks marked with pale spirals barely visible beneath its fur. Radagast reached out, whispered a word, and the mark faded. The deer blinked, then bounded into the brush, unharmed. By the third day, the woods gave way to low hills and ruined watchtowers. Rudar had once been a proud realm, part of the old northern kingdom of Arnur, but it had fallen into shadow long ago, corrupted by the Witch King of Angmar, and never truly recovered. Even now, centuries after his banishment, the land felt fractured, as though it remembered its betrayal too well to grow whole again. They moved cautiously, passing through broken halls and fallen keeps. Radagast felt the pull of old sorceries in the air. Words long since broken, sigils faded but not erased. He whispered prayers of cleansing as they walked, though the land remained restless. Terran stayed close, his new staff a comfort, while Kelder's hand never left the hilt of his blade. They reached the outer edge of the old fortress on the 5th day, just as dusk began to stretch its fingers across the land. The keep stood atop a rise of jagged rock, half swallowed by ivy and stone, its towers leaning like teeth worn down by age. Yet smoke curled faintly from one of the upper halls, and shadows moved behind the broken arrow slits. "They're here," Calder said, his voice low. Radagast studied the ruin. "They've fortified the inner court. I feel heat. Not from fire, but from something deeper. The embers have taken root here." Terran frowned. "Can we break them as we did before?" "Not if they've learned," Radagast said grimly. "But if we can reach the center, if we can sever the heart of it, then the rest may crumble." They crouched behind the wall of a collapsed stable, watching the fortress for signs of patrols. Shapes moved on the ramparts, some cloaked in black, others bare-chested, their skin glowing faintly with emberlight. They moved with ritual precision, neither orc nor man, but something between, a hollow kind of life. "We'll move at night," Kohler said. "Cut through the lower hall. If the path beneath hasn't collapsed, it'll take us straight to the central tower." Radagast nodded, though his heart weighed heavy. This time, there would be no interruption. The Emberkind had built something here, something permanent, and as the stars wheeled silently above, Radagast knew the end was drawing near. One more step into the shadow, and either Suladan's plan would fall, or Middle-earth would burn from within. Night fell over the fortress like a curtain drawn tight. A low wind stirred the broken stones, whispering through the high arches and tangled ivy with the hiss of old breath. Clouds veiled the moon, casting the ruined keep in a darkness broken only by the occasional flare of ember light that pulsed behind slit windows and in the hollow eyes of the watchers on the wall. Radagast, Kaldor, and Terran moved like shadows among shadows, slipping through gaps in the broken outer wall and crossing the weed-choked courtyard with practiced silence. The ranger led the way, one hand on his blade, the other touching stone as if reading it, while Radagast followed close behind, staff wrapped in cloth to keep its glow concealed. Terran, now steady on his feet and light in step, brought up the rear, his staff gripped tight. They reached the collapsed stable and ducked beneath a leaning beam, following a slope of rubble that led to a darkened archway. The passage beyond was narrow, the ceiling low and the air thick with a stench of damp and old fire. Kaldor's boots made no sound on the moss-slick stones as he led them downward through winding halls and long-forgotten storerooms filled with shattered crates and moldering tapestries. At one point, they passed what remained of a library, the shelves long stripped of wisdom, and the walls marked with spirals scrawled in black ash. Terran paused there, his eyes fixed on one mark larger than the rest. He touched it briefly, then turned away without a word. The tunnel ended in a set of iron doors set deep into the bedrock. They were half open, rusted in place, the hinges screeching faintly as they slipped through. Beyond lay the central chamber of the keep, a great circular hall open to the sky, where vines climbed like snakes up the inner columns and water dripped from above with the slow rhythm of a leaking wound. At the center of the floor, beneath a web of crumbled beams and broken banners, stood a brazier. It was not lit by fire, but by a steady, pulsing glow that came from within the stone itself. Soft at first, but growing brighter as they approached. Figures stood in a ring around it, 12 of them, cloaked in gray robes shot through with red threads. Their hands were joined, heads bowed, and from their throats came a soft, wordless chant, low and constant like the rumble of distant thunder. They did not see the intruders. Not yet. Their focus was too deep. The brazier pulsed in time with the chant, and the light it gave off was not warm, but sharp and hungry. Radagast crouched behind a broken column and whispered to Kaldor, "They've bound themselves to the Ember Forge. It's not just a ritual. It's a forge of being. They're shaping something within." Kaldor narrowed his eyes. "Can we break the circle?" "From here," Radagast replied. "We must strike the forge itself. It's the anchor. Break it, and the connection will snap." Terran looked between them. "They'll see us coming. Then we must move faster than they can speak," Kaldor said grimly. Without waiting for more, he slipped from behind the column and darted into the hall, feet moving silently across the ancient stone. Radagast rose next, following close behind, his staff now unwrapped and glowing faintly with green light. Terran hesitated a moment, then followed. They were halfway to the forge when one of the cloaked figures looked up. The chant wavered, then stopped. All 12 turned, their faces hidden beneath their hoods, and raised their hands as one. The light from the brazier flared, searing white for a moment, and the air cracked with heat. Kaldor did not slow. He reached the forge and slammed his blade against its edge. Sparks flew, but the stone held. Radagast stepped forward, lifting his staff high, and spoke a word in the old tongue of the earth. Vines erupted from the cracks in the floor, twisting up around the robed figures and dragging them back. Terran moved beside Kaldor and struck the forge with his own staff. This time the stone groaned, and a howl rose from the Emberkind, not human, not animal, but something that echoed with the voice of Suladan himself. The robed figures tore free of the vines and surged forward, their robes falling away to reveal forms half-shaped in fire, half born of ash. Their hands burned like brands and their eyes blazed with silver flame. Radagast stood between them and the forge. He raised his staff again, summoning light not from fire but from life. The green light of growing things, of spring bursting through frost. It shone outward, clashing against the ember light, holding it back for a breath. 2, 3. Calder struck again, and a crack split the forge. A gout of ember fire burst forth, but it did not touch them. It arced skyward, screaming like a voice denied. Terran lifted both hands and shouted a word Radagast had taught him in the hollow. It meant unbind. The forge cracked down the middle. The light inside faltered. The embers flickered and then died. All at once the emberkind staggered, their eyes fading, their flames guttering. One by one they collapsed, their forms breaking apart like burnt parchment. The brazier let out a final breath of ash and crumbled into blackened shards. Silence fell. Radagast lowered his staff slowly, breathing hard. Calder rested his hands on his knees, chest heaving. Terran stood still, watching the broken forge with a look of quiet awe. "It's done," he whispered. "No," Radagast said softly. "But the heart of it is broken. The last of Suladan's embers have no forge to gather around. Without it they will fade." Calder looked around the ruined hall. "Is that the end of him?" Radagast shook his head. "Not entirely. He was never just a body or a voice. He was a hunger, a will that sought to survive beyond form. But he's been scattered, and now, with no vessel strong enough, he cannot return." Terran turned to him. "Then what happens now?" Radagast smiled, weary but certain. "Now we see to the healing. The scars he left will not vanish overnight. The emberkind who remain must be found and freed. And we must remind the world that even the smallest fire, if left untended, can become a blaze." They left the fortress as dawn broke over the hills. The air felt different, lighter, the wind cooler. No ash drifted on the breeze, birds called once more from the trees beyond the ruin, and for the first time in many days, Radagast felt the land exhale. They did not speak much as they walked. There was no need. The battle was over, the forge broken, and the last of Suladan's plan unraveled. There would be more work, yes, always more. But for now they had peace, and as they disappeared into the green wood, Radagast looked back once more at the ruined keep and whispered a final word, not of defiance or sorrow, but of thanks. For every end, after all, is a beginning, even in the ashes between worlds.